Okay, we should be live everywhere. Yeah, okay, cool. We are live everywhere. More or less. Alright, so we are early, which means I'm gonna try to work really hard today. Unfortunately, my shoulder is starting to hurt a little bit. Hey, how's it going, Kit? To continue the conversation in a very succinct way, do you think I am a monster for wanting to buy, use, watch media that depicts incest, hypno, rape, all that stuff? Because I have. Cool. So why should I not be able to purchase these things when they are legal? Right. I am of the opinion that most people aren't going to go out and commit crimes or incest because they watched media that depict crime or incest. Right? And for most well-adjusted adults, right, that's not something that happens. That is kind of the argument, right? Because the argument against it is basically just like these people who are a minority are going around the law to get their way. What are you paranoid about? Because I don't know what you're paranoid about. I'm paranoid because my entire existence online can be just deleted by CSAM. By Collective Shout. No, not CSAM, sorry. Collective Shout. I conflated the two. By, what's it? The Protecting Children in Media, whatever, right? By any Christian rights group that decides that I am finally enough of a target to be like, we need to get rid of this degeneracy. Because when the power of persecution is left up to a small group who decides whatever they don't like is what shouldn't be allowed, that's not good. Unfortunately, my side is very much, I am the target of this, right? I very much probably will never release a game onto Steam now, ever, right? I think that the more public view of like the really shitty people, the quote unquote gamer douchebags sort of a thing that are talking about this as like feminism are kind of, they don't really understand, right? My problem is not with this being as like feminism, because this is not feminism, right? Collective Shout is not a feminist group. They are a group that are using feminism, they're using protecting children as a cover to just get what they want. They are super important. They are super important. But it becomes less of like, if your argument is like, it's not so bad if they're getting rid of rape, replace rape with trans people, right? Because those are the next targets. LGBT people. The people who have suffered the most from these sorts of cuts, right, have been the LGBT community. I think we're all human, right? The only thing is whether or not, you know, we're each getting what we want, right? Because what I want is directly opposed to whatever collective shop wants, right? So I don't think it's really strawmanning. This is a historical thing. Is that a bird or a plane? That's just a girl. That's Suzanne. She has anxiety. Is it the Mudang thing? No. When I say that they're not real feminists, quote unquote, right, is because this is specifically a sect of public sensationalism, right, that uses women and children as tools while at the same time removing rights and agency from them. Because a lot of the tactics that they use are like, oh, these depictions harm women in media. A lot of those games that are removed have a lot of women on the board of the game. They have a lot of women programmers. They have a lot of trans programmers. They have a lot of people that are in the group that is being depicted terribly. So in reality, they don't actually care about whether or not this is an expression by a woman about like their feelings or whatever. They just see the action end goal and they're like, this needs to be removed. And in the end, it hurts more women because now there's a depiction of what is and is okay to depict a woman as. And this is a tactic that is used over and over again because on the surface, it's like, well, they're just protecting women's rights. And it's like, no, they're not really. They think it's icky and they're trying to use women's rights as a way to get rid of the thing they think is icky. I think that we can attack the way they're using the argument. Hey, Turtle, how's it going? I had this conversation about dog whistles the other day, right? With my friends. Literally, yes, last night. We were talking about the Jean commercial. Have you guys seen the Jeans commercial? Have you guys seen the Jeans commercial? I don't know if Doja Cat memed it. Trying to find it here. Yeah, the jeans commercial. Yeah, the jeans/jeans commercial. I'm trying to find it though.
Speed shoes. We'll get the black.
That's not what I wanted.
Jeans are
Okay. I had an assumption that Turtle was American. Where is it? I should probably do this a little bit better. Here we go. Oh, there's my reference. There it is. I'm gonna play this ad and you guys can, you know, we'll talk about it.
are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My jeans are blue.
City's tweet.
So that is the ad. It is. How do we read this ad? If we had seen this ad 10 years ago, do you think anyone would have given a shit? Personally, I don't think so, right? Personally, I really don't think so. I think they would have said Sydney Sweeney is being very sexy in this commercial. Or whatever, right? Now, if I were to give you the context that America has a very large and growing population of white supremacists, does that change the context of this American brand of jeans whose primary target demographic is white people? Probably a little bit, right? It feels a bit tone deaf if you're giving it an honest view. If you're not giving it an honest view, if you're attacking how they're using the argument, right? If we're attacking how they're using the argument, to me, this signals that, hey, American Eagle knows what's going on, and they're okay with it. And they want to be on the in group. They want to show that, hey, we're on you guys' side. That's how I read this commercial, right? Because there's a lot of double entendre, right? And the whole point is she's hot, but she's also white, blonde, blue eyes. And also, historically speaking, the term blue jean is a eugenics reference. That's just a fun historical Easter egg, right? I don't really want to say anything as a dog whistle, but there's a lot of fun historical Easter eggs going on here. Exactly, right? And that's all. That's all I really wanted to point out with that. The other thing is the collective shout. You can say you want to attack the argument all you want, but when they are part of GSORN, GSORN, which is like the global safety of safety online whatever thing, right? Same group that controls or is part of the all the censorship stuff that was happening with Tumblr, the same group that was part of a whole bunch of censorship with other things, right? Let's ignore the fact that GSORN ignores Facebook, and Facebook is the largest, child pornography trafficking. Because I don't see Collective Shout making a big huff about that, right? If they're, but they're just after the games, okay, cool, I guess. How come their actions have led disproportionately to harming LGBT people and probably will not see much of an effect on sexual violence on women and children? So the problem with this is it's a very emotional argument, right? The entire argument that they have is directed towards your emotions. And it's incredibly manipulative. So that's the problem why Collective Shout is bad. And the reason why everyone is pissed at them is because MasterCard and Visa should not have the right to control what you buy. But in this instance, because if MasterCard and Visa back out from Steam, itch.io, all that stuff, then Steam has to comply with whatever Collective Shout says. Because Collective Shout is threatening Visa MasterCard with legal action. Because for 5 days, a game on Steam was accidentally listed in a country where it was illegal. We can't just talk about Visa MasterCard without talking about Collective Shout. Because Collective Shout is the one that's beating Visa with a stick to do what they're doing, right? Visa, sure, is using its power like a bludgeon, but they're doing so because someone else is holding a gun to them. So it's just, in addition to the fact that this is just, Collective Shout is part of that puritanical outreach to censor the internet. And we're already seeing the effects of this happening in UK and some European Union places where there's a lot of face scanning going around. And the only companies that are able to, afford the age verification, third party, whatever, which primarily is American brands, by the way, are big websites. No, you're fine. It's just that this is one of those things that if we don't take it seriously, if I don't take this seriously as like, you need to understand all the ramifications, it can lead to a lot of like other things, right? So I'm not mad at you. And if it sounds like I'm upset with you, it's because I'm trying to be as serious as possible. Because this is literally the definition of a slippery slope. Mods, also kill that man. But this is the definition of a slippery slope, right? Because now activist groups like Collective Shout, like the Christian groups in America, I always forget their name because I don't care about them. If we allow them to use this power, they're going to ignore laws. They're going to ignore laws. And this is going to have a negative effect on sex workers in general, which primarily and disproportionately affects LGBT people, which is their goal. But anyway, we are not going to work on Suzanne because unfortunately I'm running out of time and I need to focus on something else. But this is kind of the headshot, mugshot, whatever, of Suzanne. She is the keyboardist to Kill Your Darlings. And I know I need to finish the 2 revenges that I have left on my plate. And if I don't, I'm going to be, I'm going to go crazy. She's great. Yeah. She is Roxanne's best friend since like they were kids. Roxanne has literally pulled Suzanne through like all of life. Hey, how's it going? Hello, mossy worm. Very important to note, Suzanne is a normal human being, right? She is just a normal woman. Yeah, what's the lore suggestion? She is unhealthily codependent on Roxanne. Ooh, what's up? Kaya always refers to Roxanne in the third person and using they them pronouns? Why? Sign of respect in African culture. See, this is like a difficult thing to do, right? Because like while Kaya is the daughter of immigrants, she's also American, right? So while I'm sure she does that with her direct family, because I'm basing her around my friend who is themselves a child of immigrants, and all of their cultural stuff is kind of isolated in their family. It's just 2 things, right? It's just 2 things. One, I don't know enough about a lot of different cultures to be able to write them, right? And Africa being more divided by along tribal lines than actual country lines because of, what's it called? White colonialism and stuff, makes it very difficult to like navigate that kind of stuff. And I have no idea where that whole thing is going to end up in 100 years. I'm genuinely I don't want to try. It's just not, I am not proficient enough in this, and it is not culturally relevant to me personally that I can use my like heritage card. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. We're actually not going to work on Suzanne today. I need to blend this down though. Let's kill your darlings. We are going up to this layer, I believe. Nope, that's still that one. Is it this one? It's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, cool. We are going to finish this character. Call them. Your favorite artist? The art? Wait, what? Mossy Worm, if you're asking if I drew my own PNG tuber, yes, I have drawn my avatar. It's me. It is my voice, at least. Okay, cool. They do a cool map. You should ask them for their artist map, the inspiration map. I should go ahead and get reference to this. Yeah. I think this is... Let's grab this. Angle it a little bit for you guys to see. Cool. Alright. Always on top. Okay. Pop. What am I doing? Am I not on the right? I'm not drawing on the right layer. Okay, cool. There's not enough, like, angular direction, you don't think? Managed to finish time. Me too. But yeah, as far back as far as the Kaya thing goes, that does also lead back to what I was watching this morning about like ADOS, right? And how there is a large percentage of people who determine who is black based on whether or not they are descendants of slaves, right? And it kind of leads to this interesting phenomenon where people with darker skin tones, or even from like regions in Africa directly, are not considered black by people of the ADOS movement. Or not like the ADOS movement itself, but there's a lot of people who don't view it as that because they didn't have the same like cultural heritage and stuff. And it's like, I mean, I understand that. As at the same discussion though, it kind of leads you to more isolate yourself. You're being more exclusionary, which can be problematic, I guess, also. Sweating listening to this. I don't think Joe Biden's sweating. Joe Biden's out. He's done. He doesn't care anymore. I'm making the head so flat. I don't want that. I'm sure Kamala Harris cared to some degree, but it's hard to say for sure. It's literally divisive tactics that people are playing into, right? What's the no true Scotsman philosophy? If you're more worried about who is or is not part of your group, it becomes really easy to take advantage of your group. I'm not saying you should just like let anyone in, but you know, at a certain point, you have to be like, hey, the movement and the action is more important than the actual like who's who of the group. It's also looking up some interesting things about Rastafarianism, which to my disillusionment, there was apparently like at least one article when they discussed with like a Kenyan chapter of a Rastafari church, which they don't really do chapters, right? They're kind of decentralized in that sense. But there was someone who was like, trans people are not, they're antithetical to our way of life. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Blows me away. It's just Christianity again. Which, to be fair, Rastafarianism is basically just Christianity. They just see a different... they're an Abrahamic religion in the sense that they don't see Jesus as the prophet. They see Selassie or something? It from the Mind of Humanity? It just... Yeah. It's just one of those things. We were having this discussion earlier about how it's like, I understand the world is hard and people should be able to like have faith and believe in something. But then the problem they were bringing up is like, yeah, but that kind of relies on their reality being enforced, right? And it's just like, I don't like that. But You are kind of right. Because eventually it comes up to this, like, reality will go against what is science or whatever. Or their reality will go against science because it's not based on anything scientific. And science is the best method we have so far to be able to have replicable results. And so eventually religion will get pushed out by science because, and then this is like probably a couple thousand years, right? Where eventually there will be no room for God of the gaps, right? Someone said so, or in spite of evidence. Yeah, I think you should always use evidence, but the problem is, like, humans are incredibly emotional beings. And if you don't logic your way into a position, you can't logic your way out of that position. So it's just one of those things, I guess. Cognitive dissonance, yeah, it is basically, well, sort of. Cognitive dissonance is where you can agree with one fact and then just turn around and believe in something that is completely contrary to that fact. Yeah, I mean, I want to finish stuff, but it's already been more than half an hour, and I'm like, fuck me, there's no time. There's no time ever to do anything. You want to start, like, getting earlier and earlier? Because I was using, what's it called? The beginning half of my day, the plan was to use it for, like, editing or doing, like, audio recordings or whatever. And it's like, I'm not really doing that either. So I'd like to wake up early, walk Maho, and then just start drawing. But I think I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break because my shoulder is fucked. I suffered from this very early on, whereas I kind of just overworked my shoulder and I need to take a few days off. So luckily we're coming up on the fact where I'm going to be out with my friends for like a week in Seattle. So there's that much of a break, at the very least. It's alright. It's just a bit of like muscle tension. It's the body telling me it needs rest. That bastard won't get any of it though. We gotta do something about these eyes. Because right now these eyes are not very good. It says the eyes aren't very good, immediately starts working on the nose. We're so close to reaching the sub and follower goals. Are we really? I've stopped paying attention to them. They are... I left them on, but I don't think they matter anymore. It's sort of... They're fun, don't get me wrong, I like them, but at the same time, their goal is to just like increase the people so that we can have affiliate stuff. Which we already have affiliate stuff, so. Trying to get these eyes in. So when I'm putting in these eyelids, I'm thinking about the sphere underneath. That's not a great. So I'm thinking about how it's kind of curving up and over. So following these lines. And so as it's coming up, it's also coming down because the eyelids are very like down. I'm thinking these eyes might be too big. Maybe they could just use some more eyeshadow though. We need to start doing more of those studies you recommended. New surge of confidence, motivation after. Yeah, that's good. So I think that definitely like rotating stuff, rotate like simpler objects. If you have a phone charger, try with that, right? Because the phone charger is very simple. It's a very like rounded, what's it called? It's more of a rounded rectangle with like some prongs coming out at the same distance at every height. So it makes it a little bit easier to break down. Their eyes are... They have white pupils as far as I can tell. Can't really tell very well. They don't. They just have highlights. Okay, cool. You're afraid of getting bored? Pick something that is going to challenge you. I don't know if you're the type of person that gets motivated by a challenge or not, though. I am not the type of person that gets motivated by a challenge. I feel like this should be more. Yeah, there we go. This eye is not on the same plane. Not realistically, the eyeshadow would go underneath. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Look through not all the artists. Really good arts. Also love the cat. I'm so like, I'm not like against Picat, right? Because obviously I support her so much. I'm just incredibly jealous of her. Inspiration board. Yeah. That was really good. Mine would be like 3 artists though, basically. It's just Kim Jung-gi, Peter Han, and then like Frank Frazetta. And that's pretty much it. I'd make the most boring board ever. I feel like I'm not capturing the eye super well, but I think at the moment it'd be better to move on. You could also try adding the rim lights or whatever. Which, not the rim light, sorry, the thickness for the eyelid. If you don't know, the eyelid has some thickness to it. And oftentimes, adding it can make the eye look way more three-dimensional. But in certain styles, it is not something that you account for, so it depends. And you need to be much closer to really make it out, so it often gets left out of this stuff. So just playing around with it a little teensy bit to see if I want to keep it around or if it's something that I don't. Also, this eye is not necessarily in the right place. Sprung, do you have OCs you dislike? Might be still too early for you. OCs that I dislike. Not really, I don't think so. be so... Like, I feel like the concept... Like, do I think that they're evil and that they're bad and I don't like them because they're bad? Sure. But I feel like that's fundamentally different. Oh, yeah. That's fundamentally different, right? I also don't know if my definition of like hate is different from your definition of hate. Not liking that you created them. So my thing is like, if I don't like it, I gotta keep changing it until I do like it, right? Because the idea somewhere down deep in there inside of me was something that I liked. Otherwise I wouldn't have thought of it, right? Or at least put enough effort into it to making it. So there's got to be something in there that I do like. Let's be with Zworm. Not liking that you created them. Because if they're your like original concept, right? Then it's kind of like, what's that? Okay, so in One Piece, right? In One Piece, Frankie, who is the engineer, the shipbuilder on the Straw Hats, right? His arc involves him building a whole bunch of ships with weapons, and then bad guys take control of the ships. Like, they steal his ships and they use it to blow up his workshop. And he's like, fuck, I hate the ships. Why did I do this? They're so terrible. And like, his boss is like, listen here, kid. You gotta love those ships because you brought them into this world. They don't have anything else but you. So you gotta love them, right? Even if someone needs them for terrible things, you brought them into this world. You gotta love it. You gotta accept the consequences of your actions, stuff like that, right? And so I'm a pretty big fan of that kind of rhetoric, where it's like, I brought this character into this world, right? So to me, they are something that tells me a part about myself, and it's fairly important. I should probably be looking at this more as a shape than as an outline, because the top lip is colored black. But I'm very much a person who believes in personal responsibility. I'm also a person who believes in promises, right? If I promise something, unless it's usually because I think it's something I can do. And that's why you'll see me when I word stuff for promises. I'm always like, I promise that I'll do my best. I promise that stuff with like reasonable doubt put into it, right? Because I'm going to promise exactly what I can provide. Because I'm going to follow through to the best of my abilities. Because I strongly believe in promises. And similarly, that sort of like personal responsibility, that decision that, hey, I'm going to live my life without any regrets, right? So I'm going to move forward the path that I think is the best. And I'm going to accept the consequences afterwards. If shit doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Bing, bang, boom, you move over. You move on. You have a very sharp chin. Which is a little bit heavy as like, man, I hate that I created this OC, right? But to me, I don't make a lot of OCs, so I don't know. But I don't know though, just in case it's terrible. A little bit like that, I guess. I try to be a little bit more responsible than just like, I'm adding this to absolve myself of personal responsibility. I try to maintain personal responsibility where I can. But that also does also lead me to like, I feel like people have a lot more personal responsibility, right? Like if you are a kid on the internet, you should try to be as responsible as possible, but you're also a kid. So someone else needs to be responsible for you, right? And trying to offload that responsibility onto me, someone who has no idea that's it's going on, or like an artist that has no idea that like this kid is watching them or whatever, that's not their responsibility, right? And I don't think it's, realistically speaking, I don't think it's the government's responsibility. Like a super big part of the government's responsibility should be to ensure like a reasonable amount of safety, right? So much so that like, if a parent is with the child, the parent should have full capacity to make decisions for that child. I do not believe that the government is responsible for every action a child takes on the internet. That should be left up to the parents, right? And if the parents cannot fulfill that responsibility, then there is something going on that needs to be taken care of, right? If it's because they're working themselves to death because we live in a capitalistic society and they can't make ends meet, then we should work towards a society that allows for more childcare, more child supervision through parents being at home more, or maybe just like daycare for the kid, right? That's because I don't want to be fucking responsible for someone else's kid, right? I don't think people should be. I think people should be responsible for their own children. I would love to have kids someday, right? But if I don't have the money, if I don't have the time, if I don't have a person, maybe not. And it's impossible for me to adopt, right? So I feel like it would be very, very close to like Kim Jong-il's kids. I remember an anecdote that he said one time. It's like he just leaves the sketchbooks lying around and he'll draw like tits and stuff in them, literally just whatever. And the kids will like flip through the sketchbook because they'll draw in the sketchbook sometimes, and they'll flip to these are like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, whatever. They'll see it and they're like, "Dad, you're a pervert." And then they'll move on with their life. And you know, you have a laugh about it. Yeah, that's true. And then you just move on. That's how this shit should be handled. Being able to have an open conversation with like a child helps them develop. Because if you don't have open conversations with children, what happens is they grow up and they don't know how to have open conversations, which leads to more shit. Anyway, that's the end of my rant. If I don't stop ranting, it's gonna go on forever. Kim Jong's peak art. Kim Jong-gi's peak art. Kim Jong peaks. That's fair. That would be really cool. I don't know how good of a teacher he would have been though. Because according to his anecdotes, his entire, like, how he learned art was just kind of, he just drew a lot. So, people who learn art by just drawing a lot tend to be terrible fucking instructors. The same way that musicians who learned art because they just kind of grew up playing by ear, also terrible at teaching things. They don't know how to put themselves in the shoes of somebody who doesn't have that history, right? Which isn't to say that you can't have a good instructor that learned to be like that. It just takes, it's a different skill set. They need to actually put the effort in to learn that kind of stuff. And that's more of a rare thing. You don't see a lot of people put that effort in. Which is understandable. They fucking put the effort into learning music. Why would they put the effort into teaching music? Yeah, it's Kim Jong-gi, the legendary artist, not Kim Jong-gi, the legendary art trainer. That's what Proco's for. I want to put the eyebrows lower. I do want to put the eyebrows lower because they have them. Although now I have the face too low, so I might just move the whole thing up. The inside jokes. We were having a conversation, my friends and I, about what the difference between an inside joke and a dog whistle is. And it was like, surprisingly, there's not a ton of difference. That's kind of the conclusion that I came to after like listening in the conversation the whole time. How do I feel about that? We'll leave it for now. If I want to change anything, I'll change it later. Doesn't agree. Same concept, separated by context. Want to work on a new character, but with the intention of making them cute. Any tips? So it's going to be an animal thing. So there's a couple of things you can do to make something cute. The rounder something is, the cuter it is, right? The bigger the eyes, the cuter it tends to be, right? Also, a disproportionately, like, large head to body ratio also tends to be much cuter. And by that I mean like, think of a rabbit, right? You've got a rabbit. Its head is like this big. Fuzzy or fluffy things tend to be cuter. But you can also use all of these traits to make something horrendous, right? Okay. Big eyes. A big head to body ratio. And very round. So the difference between creepy and cute tends to be very, very, very small. This is the most adorable thing ever. Some people think it as very creepy. Think of Labubu, for example. A Labubu follows all of these principles, right? It's fuzzy. Has a big head. Big eyes. And it has a very small body ratio, more or less. Like the head is bigger than the body, relatively. Send me a scan of that after screen. Here, let's clean him up just a little bit. Also, a reduction of details, right? The less detail something has, the cuter it's going to be because there's less to focus on. So I'm probably not going to add a nose. I think it's fine. Derpy face adds multiplier. Alright, let me... There you go. You can have him. I'll put it in the general chat also. Those are the general rules for cutes. They're not hard and fast rules. You can also have things that have really small eyes. And then like their head is very small compared to the rest of their body. But generally you will still have like a reduction of features. And also making something top heavy. So instead of adding the circles like that, if you make it look like they are derpy when they have to move around, people are going to eat that shit up. Exactly. Make them look like they're gonna fall over just by existing, right? A strong breeze could knock them over. But small eyes, small head, big body, generally not. They're kind of round-ish, right? You can also have something that's like angry cute. So by that I mean you can have something that is like spiky. And they also look kind of cute. It tends to do with that reduction. Okay, what was I doing? I need to get rid of this jawline because this jawline is no longer accurate and it is fucking up my ability to assess. What's up, buddy? How are you doing? Oh, he's having some tremblies going on. I know, baby boy. You're okay. Damn, that Ember Tetra is fat as fuck. You're okay. You're okay, buddy. I know. I know, Maho. You're okay. I know. How are you? Mwah. The treat? What treat? No, I gave him the treat. I did. I gave him the treat last night. So he did eat the treat, but like last night. Sort of a deal. I know, buddy. I need to draw, though. This face is too tall. Oh, baby boy, I know. I waited for like 2 minutes and passed out. I think I saw something after. I saw it afterwards, after a bit, but I did give him the treat. All right, can you go down? What's this? Come here. Come here. Wow, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Good boy, down. There you go. It's okay, buddy. There's another one just in case. His eyebrow is way too high regardless of anything. Should be more here-ish. Well, that's not true. Should be there-ish. Looking through old Discord messages, found my screenshot from a while ago. Rainbow stream profile picture has just been Rainbow Dash. Nice. Let's put Maho on screen. Cause he's moved on to the couch. I'm gonna see if I can fix the color a little bit. Okay. I don't know if that really fixes anything. Oh, and he's gone. He stayed up, was like, no, I changed my mind. I don't want to be here. Maho, go down. 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 No, go down. Down. Down, 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 down. Maho, down. Down. I know. I know, buddy. He's having difficulty. He's getting anxious about something. I don't know what it is, and there's nothing I can do to help him, unfortunately. So, just the way it is. Like, he doesn't want to look at the camera. Very silly. Well, it's very silly looking. It is quite a very real problem that he is having. You're gonna need to go down. Come on, go down. I know. I can't help you, buddy. You're just gonna have to chill. Best as you can. I also hope he gets better. Not just because it, like, makes it hard to be able to do anything, but because I don't want him to feel uncomfortable or anxious, right? I'm not holding the right one? Trying to find the right position for this hat. Will you ever do any art convention work? Maybe a little art station in the future? I might have my brother go for me. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to see if he'd be down for it. I might just have a friend go in my stead or something. I don't know. Still kind of up in the air. Art conventions are expensive and they don't really pay dividends, so... Their forehead is fucking massive if I'm doing this. Another forehead's, their head's too small. I don't know if I will go in person or not, right? He's a very different person. Alright, let's do something here because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Because I'm assuming that this is the hairline. But if this is the hairline, that means the head is like this. Which means I have a very different face than I thought I did. So all of this is pretty much for nothing, unless I want to change the head, which I kind of do. So if we do the line straight up, the forehead is going to be like here. Except that's not right either. What the hell have I done with this head? Maha, down. Down? The best way that I found is to just have him relax. I find that him standing gives him more anxiety because he's expecting something out of me. Alright, I'm gonna build up the structures that I have going on. This is where the hairline should be, I think, based on what I have. The jawline. Which for the cheek, that's fine. If this is supposed to be the chin should be here. So this is a little slightly off. And then from the chin down to the cheek down to the chin. Okay, cool. That cheek is kind of inconsequential. But then that means that the ear would be here-ish. Oof, he's got some stinky farts now. Oh my god. Maho, why do you get such stinky farts? He didn't poop this morning. I think it was too hot. So I'll have to take him again in the evening. But okay, we have our hairline. Which is like right here. So that's where all these lines should go. About this much, and then it starts curving backwards. And that's the edge of the skull right there. That's the edge of the skull cap. So we need to conform this around here to this area that we have. He's just having a stinky day. Let's see if I can get this to work. Let's just move it over here and delete it. Because obviously I don't think I'm gonna... Oh my gosh. Anyway. So what I'm doing right now is I'm seeing these locks as pipes coming down, tubes. And so, to me, what that reference is I want to be making a tube which is going to fit individually. I'm thinking of bending each hair as if it were a pipe connecting to the skull. So these are going to be more like dreadlocks than they are going to be. I think the character has like braided locks because they look like they're braided locks. But I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, this is where the cylinder attaches to the skull cap, like here. So that means we're going to follow out and around and down, trying to keep the same width the whole way through. Then we can get rid of the rest of this back here, because while it was helpful at one point, at the moment it is no longer attached to any part of the skull. And the skull is more here shaped. We're gonna have to make the skull bigger and all the hair bigger too. But everything can get transformed completely. I just didn't do the legwork of like assessing the size of everything. That is on me. But we can fix that. No problem. Dread hacks. I mean, it's just the principle of turning things into simpler shapes. Maho. Go down, buddy. Go down. Down. Maho. Go down. Come on. Hold it down. What's the matter? What's wrong? He's not trembling anymore, so I think he's fine. I think he just wants to stand up. So you can stand up, I guess. So now the problem is going to be between here and here, I'm going to have space for dreads, right? So if we're assuming that all of them are the same size, we have all of this space that we need to fill with the same size dreadlocks. I think I put one too many in here. What the hell is going on? 1, 2, 3. Oh, because there's only 2 going through here. Okay, I see what it is. I put in 2 extra ones on accident. We can see the head is entirely too small at the moment. What model is Robbie's guitar? It's just like a Fender. Trying to think of the model. I don't know 100%. It's a very cheap model though, so it's probably, I could probably go look it up really quick. Robbie's. It is a Squire model, or at least that's the guitar that I based it off of. So, upgrade stone made of diamonds or something. I kind of like the Squire. It's very white. It means we can put a lot of stickers. I definitely want to like change Robbie throughout the course of the story, right? Because right now he's very sleek, very shiny, very new, and I want it to be like, there's like band stickers on him. He's got like little scratches, little bits of dings and stuff that like, not like scratched up and like stuff, but like, you know, when you've had something a long time and it just has a worn look to it. It doesn't look like it's not cleaned or maintained. It just looks like it's worn. Like my water bottle, right? Has a whole bunch of stickers, but that'd be cool. I also want to make Robbie eat like chips and stuff. So I definitely want to like humanize the shit out of Robbie. So it's one of those robots that is a robot that acts like a person. And it's not one of those robots that, it's a robot that acts like a robot. But because we are putting on like, we're anthropomorphizing it, I definitely want to be robot. Kind of like the Going Merry, I guess. But Going Merry was falling apart. That's very different. Why is this still difficult to do? But yeah, I like the Squire model because it's a more of a cheap guitar. Which means that it's more likely to like get stickers and stuff on it. You're not going to try to like maintain it because it's such a precious guitar or whatever. Sure, you can argue about the sound quality and all the other stuff, but at the end of the day, right? You love a guitar because it's been with you. You don't love a guitar because it's the best model or whatever, right? If you love something, you don't see it as a price tag. You see it as the thing that is yours. I definitely emphasize that because yes, better quality instruments work, but I love my trumpet. My trumpet is cheap as shit, right? And I can play on my trumpet and I don't have to worry about, I'd have to worry about a lot of tonation and stuff. And it makes me, me personally, I feel like it makes me a better musician because I'm using something that's a little bit cheaper. I have to work a little bit harder to get the same results. Pinterest is still the #1 app for references. I've tried, comes close. Yeah, I'll either just Google or I just won't use reference. Which is not good, but yeah, it's whatever. One thing you gotta understand about me is that I am a very serious person when it comes to like, okay, we're not using that anymore. I'm not using that anymore. Pinterest decided to use a whole bunch of AI stuff or include a whole bunch of AI stuff. Sorry, just not gonna use it. I don't know if I'd be like the best reference for that kind of stuff, but I'm also fairly privileged in the sense that like I haven't had to use my credit card, right? And so I'm like, maybe I should just go to an ATM or something and get my my money out from there and start paying in cash because I just do not respect Visa or MasterCard. So but I haven't really need to use my card. So I know for some people it's pretty unavoidable. I shouldn't be doing this for the hair. I should just be like averaging it out. My bid taxes somehow. It's true. At the same time, it's like I've only got so much time until that shit happens. Oh my god. People are being paranoid about Olivine again. Ooh, that's pretty. So Olivine is a rare mineral that I can't remember the exact scientific literature. Let me Google it. Bum, bum, bum. Olivine is a mineral made out of magnesium, iron, and silicon and oxygen. So it's like it's a silicate sort of crystal neosilicate group. Its formation is that manganese and mercury? Manganese. It is manganese. What does that mean? Aluminum is less water than silica. Is rock persona. Actually, I have no idea what it means, but it's the way it forms is that if it comes from the Earth's surface, like lava, it cools very quickly, right? So anyone who's like, this rock in large quantities signifies trapped, what is like, I don't think that's what it means. But it's whatever. It's whatever. Just people taking science headlines and trying to make news out of it so they can get clicks. Alien poop. No, I don't even know. I didn't even read on it because I didn't click on the link. I was like, I don't care. This is a sensationalist headline. I was just curious as to what mineral they were talking about. Rare earth metal. And it's like, it's olivine. People use it to make sand for casts and aluminum because it has a higher heat resistance, which means you need to use less water, which means there's less gas coming off of it. So it you know, depends heavily on the usage. Ooh, so it's everyone's plans. We're coming up on August pretty soon. For people in the southern hemisphere, that means that winter is getting pretty close to over, right? Then for people in the northern hemisphere, it means that winter is pretty close to getting here. It's crazy that we're starting to get most of the heat comes in August for us here in Texas. And then pretty soon it's going to be November, and then before long it's cold again. I'm kind of missing the nicer temperatures of earlier in the summer. Because I know for here we have scorching hot. Like, all of my plants are suffering heavily. If I go out and take a look at them, let's go open up my blinds and see what I see. Okay. Yep. Since watering, a lot of my plants have come back to life. But I'm worried that while I'm gone this week, my mom is going to be watering the plants. She's gonna freak out when she comes over and sees that they are like wilted to shit. So I'm wondering if I should move them to the interior so they don't get direct sun. That would probably make the most sense. But I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to see. Ooh, okay, after this I have to do the animation too, so let's not get too caught up in getting stuff perfect. Sunday I'm going to be out. Did you ever used to draw guidelines for anatomy? What do you mean guidelines for anatomy? Like drawing the box? and then the spine, and then the pelvis sort of guidelines. You can use whatever you want for the torso. Watch, I'm gonna use like a starfish shape, right? The only thing that matters is that you can regularly use this shape to get the effects that you want. And that's a little bit like anti-teaching, right? Because what you should try and learn is the anatomy before you learn the shortcuts. Because the anatomy is going to indicate what you can do, right? Where your shortcuts are. So what I would recommend is, it's so purpose driven, right? The box is going to help you set up perspective for the anatomy that it has is much harder to use perspective on, right? Which one is easier? Which one is easier to use perspective on? This muscle? Or this box? Hopefully you answered this box. So it's just going to get you in the same position to be able to use that kind of stuff. The way you get to know the proportions of these boxes is by doing gesture studies and anatomy studies, right? Understanding, oopsies. Understanding that the arm, the muscles in the arm are made of muscle that holds on like this, grabs onto the scapula, right? Muscle on here, it's also going to grab onto that. The bone covering around the back, it's going to be that, and then like a muscle between these two. And then you have the latissimus dorsi coming in over, not the latissimus, sorry, the trapezius, right? And then the trapezius curves around here. And then you get the sternocleidomastoids coming in. For me, it helps to play like a memorization game sort of a thing, right? Give things names and you will remember them. And then over here, you have your latissimus dorsi. And then you have your serratus muscles that come off to the side here. And then you have your, fuck me, what is these? These are the obliques down here, right? And then you have your tricep coming off of the back of the muscle, and you have your bicep coming off of the front. And depending on how the arm is shaped, you have these different shapes. And so it's easier to know that the deltoid is shaped like this because I drew it from reference a bunch of times and I've memorized the shape. It's easier to know that, right? And because I know that it's shaped like that, when I'm drawing an arm, say the arm is like this will get it into position. And then I know, okay, on the back of this muscle, we're gonna draw curve, curve, posits, and there's the elbow here, right? Depending on how muscular the person is. And then we have the shoulder, and then we have the bicep on top. And then you have the forearm muscles coming through. And you can put the hand on the front there. Right? And so that's how you can get these crazy perspectives, is because you know that the deltoid looks like this, because the bicep looks like this, right? Because you know that the forearm muscles attach right between the bicep and the tricep, then you can start breaking it down into shapes and make those shapes mean something. Because if what's going on is when you're drawing these shapes and groups, you just like, draw a box. And then this is the same problem with the Loomis method, right? It doesn't fucking matter if you know the Loomis method or not, if you know all the muscles and stuff of the face, right? If I come in and I'm like, okay, well, I know that the eyes are going to be circles, right? And they're separated by about the same size of an eye, right? If we're drawing in perspective, that means this circle is going to be smaller than that circle, right? This sphere is going to be smaller than that sphere. And then we draw the things over it. And this is what the Loomis method tries to do, is it tries to teach these volumes and forms. But when people use the Loomis method, they're not thinking about the volumes and forms. They're thinking about, oh, I just draw the lines and it makes it look like the thing. It's like, no, you have to be thinking about how the forms are interacting to get these shapes, these unique shapes and conical forms, right? Right? The cheekbone comes here. The cheekbone attaches behind the eye and curves around it. Right? Then we have these muscular features here. The top of the mouth is going to be, think of it like potato chips, right? This one's pointing this way, and then the bottom one tends to point this way. Right? And so we have those simple stand-ins because we understand the shape of the mouth. It's not that I have beef with Loomis, right? There's no problem with Loomis. It's a fine way to organize the direction that you're building these structures in, right? The problem I have is that people will see the process and think the process is it. And this isn't even to the fault of instructors that are using the Loomis method, right? This is the fault that people are going to see anything and just be like, oh, if I can do that, then I can do whatever, right? And they're not putting together stuff in three-dimensional space. They're not thinking about how much volume this takes up. So I guarantee you, I can draw from any starting point on the face, and I can make something that looks like a face. I don't need to start with the Loomis method because I know the anatomy, right? And that's just quite frankly the matter of fact, is that if you understand the anatomy, these shapes that they're giving you in the Loomis method are good shorthand for you to draw the thing. But if you start drawing shorthand, right? If you start writing cursive, right? And you start writing shorthands, right? No one can fucking read that unless you know what that's supposed to stand for, right? You have the H and it kind of goes over for the L's, and then the no, right? You skip over the E because it doesn't matter. The same thing. If you skip over the anatomy, that's fine, right? All right, here we have bottom of the nose, here. Right, we have the forehead shape. There's a bit of a simplification going on. Boom, it's a human-looking face. Given time, I can refine this by flipping, looking, making sure everything's good, lines up with the anatomy that I have memorized. But ultimately, you need to be understanding why those boxes exist where they are, right? You gotta learn the cursive before you can use the shorthand. Exactly, and I get stuck on that all the time. Like, I'm gonna put shorthand down and I'm like, oh, that's not right, but it doesn't matter because I'm gonna come back in later and fix it. And like, any artist that's been doing it for a while will also have their own little habits of that tells me where it is, what direction it's facing. I can come back and fix all the other stuff later. And that's what Loomis is, right? Loomis is just a handy way that is stuck around because there's a little bit more math engineering or whatever, right? What is it's Loomis? Loomis is like, what is it? You start with a box in perspective, I think. What you do is you cut off about the back 2/3 at about 1/3 of the way up, and that is your jawline, right? And then you come in here and you divide the face into thirds about. And then this is your brow line. So the brow line is going to come backwards about 1/3 of the total direction, and then forward the same distance that it went back. And so this is the space where your eyes are in. And because you're relying on a lot of the geometry, you don't really have to think about the proper spacings or anything. From here, we're going to cut in a tiny bit, and we're going to draw downwards. This is going to be where the nose is, right? Trying to keep lines parallel and everything. That probably is not the right. There you go. There we go. That's better. So that's the nose bridge, and then you can draw the box shape for the nose based off of that. Right? And then halfway down, you have the mouth, and the mouth comes from the center point for the eyes. And you can draw the lip structure, which is like an oval shape. And then they have, what is it? From this cheek line that you've drawn, you come down to the center, and that is supposed to divide it to the chin. Right? And what you have to do is you have to cut back so that this line like mirrors it or whatever. And then the ear goes on this halfway point, which is different from the third line. And then in here, you can have the space for the eyes, and the eyes are going to take up this much space. And so you're drawing a sphere down from here to here. So there's still a lot of geometry going on, but because you're not doing the anatomy, you don't have to worry about it as much. And so I think this is the Loomis method I think, right? Zoom in a bit. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm sorry. It's just hard to draw really zoomed in sometimes. I don't think this is the exact Loomis method, because what it does is it circles out to the jaw, right? Definitely not the Loomis. 10 times better. I don't think this is 10 times better. I feel like it is objectively not 10 times better. But it gives you the like generalized proportions of where everything is. But if you don't know the anatomy, it doesn't really matter, because you're going to get to this point and you're not going to know how to, yeah. Eyes are spheres. And then what you do is you come in with the eyelids and they cover up. And then this entire space becomes rounder, right? Problem with this is I see a lot of people get to this point, and then when they start to add details, they start to make everything flat. How does this become a face? So let's do this. See if it'll work. So from here, we take our drawing, right? And so we're kind of just following the forms. So we have eye ridge coming down, cheekbones, down to where the chin is. Follow the jaw back to the center. Like this. And then you have... I don't think there's anything innately wrong with the Loomis method. But any method like this that separates the... It's blocky and inorganic. The problem is not that it's blocky and inorganic, is that all these blocks and inorganic shapes are shorthands for the individual anatomy. So if you haven't learned the individual anatomy, what happens is you kind of like get lost at that stage where everything looks blocky and inorganic, because you don't know how to convert from the doctor's shorthands. But again, it's not like Loomis method isn't to blame for this, right? It's the way people apply it. Because oftentimes people will just apply it sort of well, and then they'll get to the last bit, which is to convert the forms, and it just kind of fail a little bit. So here I did a little bit, because I know the anatomy, I'm like, that should slope a little bit farther back. Let's just have her connect down. That makes it easy. Trying to see if I want to add. Oftentimes people will do this kind of shape to indicate that there is depth going on. And so that didn't illuminate shit, because it just looks like I pulled a human head out of my ass. Right? A bit of the depth is lost. Is there a way we can emphasize it back in? Yeah, with shading. So if I come in here with my transparent pencil, and we add shadow to all the parts that are in shadow, you can immediately start pulling in some of this depth. I don't know how I feel about that one. And that doesn't show up very well, but maybe if I emphasize a little bit more. The light parts immediately start becoming more forward, because that's just how light tends to work. It works on contrast. The human brain sees light and shadow as contrast to each other. A sorrow head lighting model comes from, yeah, basically you can have, what's it called? The planes to the head is basically just like, this plane is the closest to the sun. This plane is slightly darker. This plane is slightly darker. This plane is slightly darker than that. And then similarly, right? This plane is this brighter. This plane is brighter. This plane is slightly darker. This plane is the brightest. This plane is going to be maybe twice as dark, right? And so you can start building up tone in this way, or you can start thinking of tone in this way. And that part's be brighter, so this part's going to be darker, darker, right? And as this turns away, this part's going to be the darkest down here, right? This part might curve back towards the light. So it might catch light. This part's going to catch light. This part under here is not, right? And you kind of like, people are building up the forms of the head based on how much light it's receiving. It is functionally, it is basically just like, I need you to draw me a cube without any lines, right? This is a terrible example, but hopefully I can chop this up. Okay. Cube, I summon thee. And it has nothing actually to do with whether or not the angles or whatever are in light, right? It's kind of just like which light is closer and how are we going to represent that shadow? Right? And so it's the same thing with this, except the human face has a few more faces, right? 4 more minutes? Wait, what? 4 more minutes to what? Oh, I scrolled back up. Deviated for almost half an hour. Oh, okay. Let's go back. Scroll back up. Let me just make sure I don't like anything. Nose, mouth. Not sure what method this is similar enough. Yeah, the Loomis is... It's a method which is like, they all do the same thing because they're all accomplishing the same thing, which is drawing a human face. Try this method, always is better. So my only problem is like, what helps in my experience, right, is not learning the method. The method is just how you put it all together. That's not the right one. The method is just how you put it all together. Anatomy is going to help you a million times more, because even if you're just like, okay, I've done my figure drawing and now I want to focus on my forearms because my forearms always look fucking jank, right? I'm like, oh, okay. So now that I've done my anatomy for the forearm, I know there's a muscle, and also this flat bit is the wrist, right? There isn't a circular bit. It's kind of like circular on the sides and then flat. And there's a muscle that comes off here from the front, and it attaches to the back of the forearm, or the bicep here. Comes back down, right? So we have that bulge from that. And then underneath, we have another muscle. Let me make sure I'm getting it in the right place. That attaches to the bottom side. That comes, and if this is the regular, it's going to come in and grab underneath. And because it has this more gradual rotation all the way around and attaches, I think, on the other end. Yeah, mess this up a little bit. This attaches down here. And then this other one in the back starts here, and then it works its way around to the elbow from the other side. So it kind of turns there. So the forearm has this kind of a shape where the radius becomes, I think it's the radius. It might be the ulna. No, it's the radius, because the radius is pinky side. The radius becomes the elbow, right? And then you have the femur and stuff attaching here. And the femur, or not the femur, sorry, I forget the name of the muscle for the bone in the bicep, or in the not forearm, the hind arm, the top of the arm. I forget the name specifically, but you have the deltoids grabbing it here, and then it kind of like, you get ligaments down towards the bottom. And when the arm is pulled up, this is way lower than normal. I should probably draw this in blue. So when it's down, the arm is like this, because normally you have the bicep that is attached up here. Well, technically the bicep is attached just on the other side of this bone. That's where you have the bicep. Normally it's going to be kind of this flat looking shape. And then when it flexes, so when you have your arm in this horizontal space right here, it needs to be pulling the arm up. So in reality, it starts to get more of this shape. A full sprung anatomy class, I don't know anatomy well enough to be able to give an anatomy class. I know enough anatomy to be able to give the like overview of what you should start to work on. I think to have an anatomy class, you need to have more of a competent idea on how to teach anatomy than just say, do it. And that is kind of the fundamental of my anatomy class, is just do it. So, but yeah, that's the breakdown of what I think of the Loomis method. It's that the geometry is great, right? It helps you put everything down. But if you don't know how to turn, like, if you don't know how to turn this into an eyeball, then it's not going to help you, because ultimately you're putting this down, right? If you don't know how to turn this into a nose, the Loomis method will not help you. Any method for arrangement is not going to help you, because fundamentally you just lack the understanding to be able to go from this shape to a nose. Contributed to the Maho Desire steak. A bit of the depth is lost. Is there a way we can emphasize it back? More lines, right? So if I'm drawing this nose here, you might lose a little bit of the depth when you draw a nose. right? You might get to this point and you're like, well, all the depth that I was working on is going away, is disappearing, right? You can always add more lines to define that. So by that, I mean like vertical lines coming up, horizontal lines to define form, specular lines to define highlights, hatch lines to define shadows, right? All of these things will add slightly to the form. Other things in perspective. T-lines are a big one for shadow, right? Cast shadows are also a pretty good one. Even bounce light. So you can do bounce light by having a line that's slightly darker and then the bottom is slightly brighter. This is a nose, kind of just what I was doing for imagination. It depends. Hi, buddy. Hi, baby boy. How are you? You're struggling, aren't you? I'm sorry. But yeah. You said shaking. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. It just, you know, it's important to kind of take them as they come as well. Because it can be fairly, like, especially if you're drawing with like pen or something, it can be hard to know what you should be drawing. To do all of these things, right? How much line do you put here? How thick your lines should be? Stuff like that. And that's going to be the thing that no one wants to do, which is your value cubes. You should draw your value squares if you're struggling with knowing what value you should put in a certain place. It should 100% be value squares. That's how you're going to know, baby. That's right. It's just value squares again. That's how you get your hatch lines. You want to get good at hatch lines? You want to get good at black and white? Value squares. We need a bonus reward to bonk you whenever you get sidetracked. That's fair. That is understandable and acceptable. Okay, so what I'm thinking about here as I'm drawing these dreadlocks is kind of like, at what point is it going to be unstable, right? At what point is it unstable for these locks to go this way, right? Because as soon as it starts being unstable for them to go forward, they're going to go left, right, wherever, right? So here, it is probably most stable for this dreadlock to come out this way into here and actually be a little bit behind this one. So this is our first dreadlock that's going to go in front of one dread, but then behind another dread. One lock in front of the other one, and then after behind the other. And while I'm drawing these tubes, they do probably look like, how are you able to maintain the shape, right? How do these like two lines give you depth and curvature, right? Right? How do I draw this and make it look like it's curving down or up or left and right and all that stuff, right? Because a lot of people will do like lines like this to give context, right? For me, because I know eventually that these locks are going to be basically secondary locks where they twist. I can't do that, right? Because if I do that, then I'm going to have to erase a lot more, and I could still do that, right? I want to clarify. I could still do that where I draw the secondary lines like this to give me a context for direction. But at this point, I am practiced enough in art that I'm like, I just kind of know. I can tell by looking at the shapes that I've drawn which direction that I've drawn them. And this is how you're going to get like those really cool artists that look like they draw nothing and everything has form. It's because they're applying that to everything that they do. So you have these simple shapes that as little information as possible that they give you, you kind of know that this is looking left or this is turning in that direction or whatever, right? That comes with experience and time and practice. So if you want to draw like that, practice with the secondary stuff, right? Practice with those curves, and then as you're drawing them, draw those lines through. You can start to draw, like even I didn't just like start drawing, okay, I know that this is going to curve this way, and then another one is going to curve underneath it, and then this one's going to curve, but since this is the one that's turning over, right, it's going to curve like this, and then the second one is going to be behind it. So I'm going to be curving it this way. Like I could do that, but I didn't because I still felt like I needed the curve underneath to be able to tell me, how am I going to tell that this lock is turning in this direction, right? So never feel like if you need to use guides to help you, you should use guides to help you. Because I promise, the more you use guides, the less you'll have to use them throughout the rest of your life. If you do the math on paper until it gets to the point where you're doing the math in your head faster than the paper, then do the math on paper, right? Once you get to the point where you can do the math in your head, do the math in your head. But the way you know that is, oh, it would have been faster for me to just draw it straight ahead, right? And I was only able to draw this one before you start thinking, but you did the drawing. You don't need to do it in your head. I literally did this breakdown where I was drawing these tubes first, and that got all of those curves in my brain to think about it. So the guides are important, right? Use the guides until it would literally become, what's it called? Use the guides until it is inconvenient to use the guides, right? And if you need to time yourself to find out, then time yourself and find out, I guess. That'd be really funny to see. Usually I just go on vibe space. If I'm like, I can draw that, and I just draw it, and it works, then good, we're done. If I just draw it and it doesn't work, I don't like it, I'm like, I should go back and draw the guidelines. Perspective, form, all that stuff, that's all very important. It's all still incredibly relevant, no matter how often you do it. And it's hard to juggle all of these shapes that I'm doing here without, what's it called? Doing all of the work behind it, right? So I don't need to be thinking about the tubes and the curves constantly, and I'm not gonna have to do another extra work because you're seeing me erase a whole bunch of these tubes as I'm drawing over them. Why in the hell would I go through all the trouble of using my brain matter to come up with all of the curves and this one in the background when all of that shit's gonna get erased? It takes infinitely less time to just draw this tube and then like draw another tube over it and then just erase the stuff that doesn't work, right? And then from there, just to emphasize it a little bit more, and then from there, I can go ahead and draw the parts that do matter. And I just have to worry about the parts that do matter. Forms and forms and forms and forms, yes. Perspective continues to be literally the most important thing ever of all time. It also serves as a thing that as I'm drawing these underneath ones that I'm probably going to erase, what I'm doing is I'm getting rid of a whole bunch of these lines, right? All these underground stuff that are going to get in the way and confuse me. Hey, how's it going, Theo? Welcome, welcome. Why was that message redacted? What the hell? Helly? Is it just because it's hell? I need to edit my moderation settings. I think. Community moderation. I think I turned on a community moderation thing that I should not have. Moderation. I think basic is what it was before. I think that Sahil just kind of posted something and then they didn't want to say that. Yeah, you typed incorrectly, so delete it. That's fair. See? That's kind of what I figured. But I had a little problem earlier. Someone erased something. I don't know if it was because of what they said or what. To stop looking for tutorials and just start doing a little bit, yeah. That's why if you are here listening now and you have like homework that I have assigned you or like told you what might improve, it'd be a good idea to do it now, right? Because it's just people doing whatever, right? I know VP Boy. I can see that you're there. You're okay. Exactly. It's the exact same thing as, what's it called? When I was doing the figures? Like, no reason why you shouldn't just do the figures now. Hi, Maho. It's okay, buddy. Go ahead and go down. Can you go down for me? Maho, down. Maho, down. Okay, but you need to eat it. Come back here. Down. There you go. It's okay. Don't worry. You're alright. You're okay. Ow, 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 ow. I'm sprung days. Gotta work on your sketchbook. Yeah. That reminds me, I'm going to go and draw in my sketchbook later today. I think I should definitely be making these dreads here, these locks here, much longer. That one was just getting removed for clarity's sake. You alright, buddy? No, you're okay. It's okay. You're okay. Pack it in for your trip. Yeah, I gotta do the new one. So I gotta put a new one. Actually, I think I have it here. Yeah, here you go. Bam. Fresh new sketchbook. I highly recommend these sketchbooks if you do any like pen, like ink pen sort of drawing. These are very good. The Lockbee plain stitched binding. I think they're very good. So I've got it here ready to add whenever. But I gotta finish my current one, which is like 2 or 3 pages in. Nice. Very fun. Sam does art, of course, of course. So I'm looking at the top 5. I know, me too, but I know that there's nothing I can do. If I put him in my lap, he's gonna do the exact same thing. Sam does have awesome colors, it's true. I think I want to shorten the locks a little bit. Alright, Maha has escaped to the couch. We're gonna leave him alone for now. We're just gonna turn off dog cam. Is there actual reason why our art looks hideous when we flip it over? You kind of just get accustomed to seeing it the way it is. That's pretty much the only, you know, that's pretty much just the only thing. Should we flip it like this? Or we flip it like this? It kind of resets the brain to look at the forms for how they are instead of how we've been looking at them for the last couple hours. Here, and they look different. That's because it's literally another half of your face that you never see. That's not a problem I ever encounter. I think it is a problem that I encounter a lot, actually, because, okay, so if this is my drawing tablet, that's probably too small for you guys. If this is my drawing tablet, right? We have Clip Studio Paint, we have the sidebar here, and we have the other sidebar here. It is currently split in half. I'm drawing on this side. You guys are seeing this side with everything on it, right? I am sitting with my head. My head is here. I am looking in this direction with my shoulder and arm drawing here. So this is how I am drawing on my tablet, right? So oftentimes when I'm drawing things, they are skewed in this direction. This is an exaggeration, but if I was to draw like a rabbit, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just draw an amogus, right? Is this still relevant? If I draw an amogus, they're going to be super slanted because I'm looking at it from my angle. This is a little exaggerated, right? But if I was to just draw it, what I'm looking at as straight, now look at it, this line is actually slanted, right? I thought I was drawing a straight up and down line and it's slightly slanted this way. What saves me from that is that I'm pretty regularly checking. Like if you've noticed, I'll flip the screen a lot. So even right now, this side is working on a mirrored surface, and on the left side, I have the other canvas that you guys can see. So I can see both sides of it right now. The other thing that I'm doing is because I'm thinking about forms and perspective, even if they look slightly offset, because they come from this foundation of taking into account how things look when they are slightly distorted, they are less likely to look horrendously hideous. They'll still look not the way I wanted them to, but easy enough to fix. Functionally, that's what's happening. They have like nose studs and rings the whole way down. I don't think they have anything on top, but it's hard to tell with the highlights. And they have 4. Ooh, it's so satisfying to look at. Yeah, you think so? I'm glad. We were at a point and I was like, this is looking real wonk. Whatever, let's stick with it, get the forms right, and see where it goes from there. So, it's hard. A lot of the, what's it called? Experience, all the wisdom and stuff. Most of that applies to knowing when you should pivot, I think. I think that's in a lot of things, right? People who play League of Legends are like, yeah, you can tell I'm a more experienced player because I knew that fight was fucked about 10 seconds before everyone else knew that fight was fucked. And similar things, right? If I'm looking at something, I'm like, it's faster to start over. Usually what that means is like, from experience, I know that I could maybe fix this, but I'm going to get so distracted by all the forms and everything that I have already going on that it's going to be faster to just kind of start from scratch. So that's why I got rid of the hair previously, because I knew a lot of the head wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be. But it is still a relief to know that it is coming together in the eyes of the audience. Because it is sometimes, it's a little bit of a test of faith, right? Sometimes you're just like, okay, I know it'll go well eventually. But you kind of just gotta believe. You kind of just gotta believe a little bit. I'm gonna try and see everything through. I want to stop that habit because I end up doing nothing and I keep doubting myself. That's a pretty, especially when you're starting out, it's a very good method, right? Have a clear start goal and a clear end goal, right? And it's really hard to come up with an end goal because a lot of times you sit down, you're drawing like, I'm just gonna doodle and see what happens, right? I'm just gonna doodle, see what happens, blah, 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 blah. But if you're unhappy with how your art looks, usually it's because you don't have any idea of how you want it to look, and you don't have the experience to transform it into whatever you come up with. So especially with studies, which is a great place to like look for this kind of stuff. Okay, my goal is to take this skull and draw it from this angle. If I get to the point where I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm going to pivot away from that. I'm going to just, instead of drawing the skull, I'm going to start again, right? If I ever get lost, I'm going to use a slightly less extreme angle, right? If it's like, I'm going to draw the skull from the bottom of the head, right? I'm going to say, once I get to the point where I don't know what I'm drawing, I'm just kind of doodling, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to get reference, or I'm going to stop and I'm going to try again, and if I felt like I didn't understand anything of what was going on, I'm going to definitely try a less extreme angle. So don't get too into yourself. Like the flip side of this coin, because every practice has like, you go too far, right? And the go too far that you've been experiencing is as soon as you've lost faith in something, you'll drop it, right? My recommendation is to stick with it a little bit more, but my recommendation is not to stick with it so much that it gets frustrating. Because at the end of the day, what's going to help you progress isn't sticking with it until you're like pulling your hair out. What's going to progress you is if you are progressing in a way that is helping you. And so a more active goal would be like, okay, I've got most of the skull left, or I've tried this for 15 minutes, or I've whatever, right? I've tried this for exactly this amount of time, and I do not feel good about this. We're gonna stop. Get to the point where you're like, okay, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And so I went for another 10 minutes to see if I could figure something out. And I didn't get anything, so I stopped. That's a good way to look at it, right? Have like an out, just like with the thumbnails we discussed way back, right? You are 15 minutes in. That is your acceptance to yourself to be like, all right, we can try again. Now we can drop this and try again later. Because you don't want to suffer from the flip side, which is I'm sticking with this to the point that it's like frustrating me. Because that can be worse sometimes. Because your brain feels like it's being punished and it doesn't know why it's being punished. So having that out is important. Having that out for your brain to be like, we don't know what we're doing, but we're giving ourselves 15 more minutes. Exactly, Artfight. That's what Artfight was for. No, I know what you're saying. Well, yeah. People don't like to draw the occipital lobe of the skull. Which one's the occipital? Is that the one in the back? Maybe not. I think this is the Avengers theme section of it. By the way, I was watching Son of Batman last night. I fucking hate Damien. I've never liked Damien concept-wise. I've never liked Damien as a character. I'm sure he's experienced some growth at this point. He's just, I don't like the character. Not a fan of Damien. In the movie that I watched last night, right? Does absolutely no growth. It does absolutely nothing at all. And then still has that pivot of like, no, actually I want to be a good guy. And it's like, my brother in Christ, you've at every opportunity just been as bloodthirsty as you possibly could. With no signs of remorse. And at the very end, you're like, no, I think he's right. And it's like, what? There's no place like, I want to be a bat. He clicked his heels together 3 times. And was like, yeah, I know my mom was just brutally tortured for the last few weeks. Or a few days, I guess. I know my mom was brutally tortured for the last few days. But also, my dad is rich and a billionaire, and I get to punch people in the face and not kill them. I want to do that now instead. Son of the Demon. Yeah, I know, but what I don't like is in the movie there was like a character turn without any of the payoff. There was no build up to the payoff. That's what upset me. It's like you can't say this guy wants to be a good guy. He hasn't done anything that shows that he wants to be a good guy. He tried to kill Langstrom. Langstrom doesn't even have anything to do with anything. What? Yeah, I know these things, right? What I'm trying to say is because of all those things, it doesn't make sense that at the end he decides to pivot. That's what I'm trying to say. You told me this character is groomed by assassins, and he's for his entire life he's been raised as the person who's gonna take over. He's a whatever kingdom, right? I can understand that. You should read Boy Wonder. I will not be doing that because Dick Grayson is the best Robin forever. Sorry. Sorry. I think it depends. I think the movies are cool. You know, I'm kind of glad I added this thickness to the eyelid. I think it's really adding a lot of depth to the eye that I previously didn't have. But at the same time, what the fuck is this eye? It's too wide. I think there's definitely some movies that are better than others. Like I love Superman versus the Elite. That one was fucking slapped. I thought Superman Gods and Monsters was also, you know, it was okay. It was kind of a bit out there. They didn't really have a good strong message or anything. I think the follow-up is more where people see a lot of the controversy. Because in that one I think Superman kills Child Brainiac. We'll have to see how this plays out because at the moment I'm not 100% sold on what's going on here. Not high cheekbones though, right? Not super. I know, baby boy. I know. That's where you are. You're right there. Very popular. I love Damien because he's me. He's an insecure little shit that feels like they can never get anything right. They overcompensate but try to wear this tough guy persona where they inadvertently push everyone away. At the end of the day, he's just a lonely kid that has no friends. Never got the opportunity to validate himself. The only time he's ever genuine is whenever he is taking care and talking to his animals or learning how to draw. See, that's fine, right? I understand the arc, right? The arc, and I understand the archetype of the character. I still like Grayson better. Because Grayson also had a lot to prove, right? If you remember in the Teen Titans, right? I love that TV show. He had an entire arc where he's like, doesn't know how to handle the burden of leadership or responsibility. And he also feels like he has a lot to prove. This is also mostly coming down to the TV show, by the way. So it's not really representative of Damien really as a character. I also know about the what's it called, where Wonder Woman's daughter is basically jumping around through time with Damien and Superboy, I think now. Extroverted, charismatic, funny, witty, outgoing, never had to try to make friends. I hated him so much because he's everything he always dreamed to become. Yeah, that's why I like Dick Grayson though, because he's a lot like me. So, you know, just the way it goes. Maho, buddy, I need my arm. You can't be licking my arm. Yeah. A little bit of blind weight here. You might be asking yourself, Sprung, if it's really present that you finish this up Why are you spending so much time on tiny little details like this? The answer is shut the fuck up. Top 5 bad member family. Exactly. But, you know, if you take all the, because Dick Grayson is also the longest running Robin, right? The original Robin that turns into Nightwing. There is so much like character development that is just like lost to time because they've been around for so long. So when I look at Dick, I see a lot of the Robin from Teen Titans, right? And that Robin is vastly different from Nightwing in like incarnations of media, right? It is super important for me to know that this character also came from a place of like really wanting to prove himself, of showing that they are worth their salt, I guess. But they didn't have the same like outlashes as Damien did. And they didn't have the same violence as Damien did. Which to me is what kind of puts me off the character, is the violence. Because that's the part of myself that scares me, that I don't like. I don't like a mirror being held up to me. Sympathetic towards the character? Nah, I'm too old for that. I'm just like, grow up. I'm too old. I'm futzing around with lips too much. Exactly. I'm saying I'm too old. I can't do that. I'm like, no. Shut the fuck up. Rule number 1, just don't fucking kill people. Just don't fucking kill people. Easy. Even if the only rule you've ever had is to kill people, paradigm shift right there. Boom. Why am I messing with this? I don't like this. Wow, there's literally nothing I can do for you. I'm sorry, buddy. You have water in your bowl? You have water in your bowl. My friend really likes it too. Versus poker AI competition. We had 2 hours to build a bot. Okay, we're coding bro is gambling. Hooray! YouTube is releasing a new AI-powered technology targeted at teen users. Will assess a person's age based on their activity on the platform, regardless of the birthday listed on their account. Nice. Nice. Access the Akashic Records download library of Alexandria. All banking media. Break seals 137, engage Ragnarok. Rebreed the Nephilim. Pasta the Antipasta. Fill Hollow Earth, remove California. They catch you watching anime face verification for you, right? What the hell, man? Okay, eyes rested. Cool. Remember, it's always good to take your eyes away from what you're drawing for a few seconds, especially if you're stuck on something or if something doesn't feel right. It can have the same effect as, what's it called? Flipping the canvas. Because what all it's doing is resetting your brain on the forms that you've been drawing. So you're not locked into seeing what you think you were seeing, you see what you actually drew. And that way I can justify getting distracted without feeling bad about myself. Everyone wins. I feel like this should have more volume to it. Alright, let's finish up the hair. Aho, baby boy, light of my life, I love you so much. But also, I cannot give you what you want because there is nothing that you want. Baby shark song? Cooked. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. I think this would come this direction. Yeah, no, as I was saying about the whole researching a little bit of Jamaica livities, it kind of depends, right? On the one hand, you have a lot of people who are like, just like in regular Christianity, like, you know, live and live. As long as people aren't doing any harm, there's no harm in them doing what they're doing. And then you have a lot of other people who are just kind of like, no, this is Christianity too, Electric Boogaloo. And it's like, man. So it can be a very personal thing. I'm thinking about for Ralph, thinking that maybe they took their name from like someone in their community that they really looked up to, or maybe like, Mahal, you need to go down, buddy. You need to relax, because you are just a little baby boy and you're freaking the hell out. Transphobia makes the least sense. Really? I thought it was pretty much just like a natural progression from like homophobia, and religion has always been pretty basically anyone who goes against the norms gets hit with that kind of heat. It says there is no male and female, for you are all one in Christ. Christians are also not gender in the post-gender propaganda machine. That's funny. They probably use that phrase to be like, it says there is no male and female, so we can't be changing our bodies to like distort the image of Christ or whatever. Because we're all a part of his whatever, right? It's like, man, bro, just fucking chill, dog. There's this one debatist or whatever, and their whole principle was like, democracy is actually the most dangerous form of governance for minorities, right? And their use case was, well, if there's 10 people, then 6 of those people could vote to eat the other 4 of those people, right? And it's just such a nonsensical thing, right? Because you can't just like do that. You have to be able to enforce that. And you could argue that, well, 6 is bigger than 4, so you can enforce that, right? But people also don't work on that principle of like agreeing with that. I don't know. Human beings are very complex. Radiantly beautiful, as the Martian Manhunter put it. Radiant in their misery. It's the actual quote. Wow, there's nothing I can do for you, buddy. I know, buddy. Yeah, pretty much. People all fun and games until someone actually cuts off part of their arm and is like, okay, here you go. You voted for this. Eat it. Miss When Bait used to be believable. I don't. It was so much harder to parse through baits. Maho. Down. Or go to bed or something. Maho. Go to bed. Go to bed. Down. Say. Ah. This section here, there's something I want to do about this because this doesn't feel right. Came across a banded rubber frog today. Wait, what? What kind of a banded rubber frog? What? Does that mean something? Is that significant in some way? I don't know. Poison Dartflop. Oh, nice. That's cool. Did you touch it? Did you lick the frog? Cool. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of line weight. Ooh, let me see. Let me see. Yo, look at him. Just sitting there. Very edible. You gotta take the frog home. You gotta set him up in a cool little pond. Get him some cool digs. Hey, how's it going, T? Welcome. He didn't hop around? He might have been really overheated. But I don't know how hot it is over there right now. It didn't really look like he was in his right environment. I assume the frog is tropical by nature. So Bermuda grass is probably not where they belong. But that's just a guess. Hard to believe that it is already 3:20. Garden was very, has been pretty wet. Oh, okay. Swaddled to where you needed to go. That's fun. That sounds fun. Holy Peak, ambient occlusion. Oh, yeah. Just a little bit of line weight here and there. Okay, I should fix the end of these dreads. And it looks like they have, like, what's it called? I thought they were earrings at first, but it looks more like they have a cross binding thing? I don't know, I can't tell. I should probably do the twists. 21 hours left. That sounded more like meows? It sounded more like meows. Twisting inwards towards the face. And this section is going to be a little bit different. Because yes, it is bound, but it seems to be more like a... seems to be more of like a... The wraps are bound. Sort of a deal. Hmm. Trying to see where would be a good place to start. I don't want to flatten anything. I think that's good. Gives it this shiny property. I'm gonna have to make everything else bigger, so probably should have done this afterwards, but it'll be a good test. I said to myself, sit down, you're rocking the boat. Said to myself, sit down, you're rocking the boat. Sit down, you're rocking the boat. Greater sin than to flatten. It's kind of true, yeah. Won't deny that. Especially when you could be adding form and volume instead. Alright, let's get this more to the right size. Yeah, actually kind of want it slightly bigger. Oh, did I grab the neck too? Son of a duck. Neck is what is helping me position this a little bit better. Yeah. And I can hide a lot of the hair behind the, what's it called? The scythe, so that I have plausible deniability. What about pancakes? Never actually eaten them before? Wait, what? What about pancakes? Oh, you have never actually eaten them before. Oh, okay. Also, you don't flatten pancakes. So, you know. Now, a smash burger, on the other hand, that you do flatten. And I think the smash burgers are some of the most delicious burgers in the world. Which is why they're a sin. So it still tracks. All right, here comes the hard part. So I actually want to make the cross on this side be on this angle. I'm so unworried. I'm so dual. Wait. Don't think you'll finish in I'll finish time? I'll finish probably in time. But if he gets distracted for even a second, spritz him with water. Listen, all you have to do is donate 100 bits and then have, what's it called? The Texas Teach say, what are you doing? Get back to work. Back to the mines with you. I have to worry about pattern. Do I want to make that pattern go all the way through? I don't know. Something is fucked up. There we go. That is better. All right, let's do some twists. The bundle is only 95 bits. What? What I have to do, I don't know if you have the strength to do it. You don't have to stay up. You need to go to bed, Kit. I've only got an hour left, and then I've got to do other stuff. So, because I need to walk Maho, and then I have to go over to my friends. How much time do I have left for this? I probably just won't sleep tonight. Oh right, did you see the cute thing that Kit loved? Black tea. I'm reminded of this as I pan over to this. "21 hours, 19 minutes, 10 seconds. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. There's plenty of time. That's so much time, you guys. Oh, the bits. Yeah, I probably will or not sleep tonight. Because after this is the, what's it called? The animation one that I have to finish. And I do intend on finishing it. Probably not to the extent that I was going to originally. Like, I'm probably not going to color it. But I do want to at least finish the animation in a sketch form. That's good. You need to go to bed, Kit. How time do I have? I probably won't sleep tonight. Do as I say, not as I do. Yes, exactly. Do as I say, not as I do. Hey, thanks, Colleen. I'm glad you're liking this. We're working on, right now, there's a twist in the reference. So the locks tend to have a bit of a twist. So I'm just extrapolating that to all of the hair strands. I don't know exactly which ones do or don't, or whether or not this is a dreadlock or if this is just a natural lock. So we're just going with a twist for all of it. Nice. It's always the best feeling when you're like, yep, I'm gonna recover soon. Because then you can start doing the shit that you were not supposed to be doing when you were sick. But now you're like, I'm getting better, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. Which is what makes your sickness last longer, by the way. Just for anyone curious. Donate to stake? Ah. Everyone's starting to get on the stake donations. Feels like it'll definitely happen if I stream long enough. It would be a shame if I stopped streaming suddenly. It's a reference to Team 4 Star's Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where Super Kamiguru is like, sure would be a dick move if I decided to go and die. Die. Tax collector turtle. Cool, that solves most of the problems. Have my taxes anytime. I'm glad we're building a community where the taxes are used to better the community and not the people trying to avoid paying taxes. I'm wondering if this is going to be a good idea. I feel like I'll probably do this for the front half I'll just do the topological ones, and I might skip them entirely for the backblocks, because they're not so important. On the front, I feel like they're fairly important, but on this one, on the ones farther back, probably not as much. Okay, so the itinerary when I come back, right? Starting in August. Yeah, doodling sketchbook is a lot of fun. You should grab like random stuff on your desk or whatever's nearby and just try drawing it in perspective. I like different angles stuff. Anyway, as I was saying, the itinerary for when I get back in August. I'm gonna try to be looking for a job, but hopefully the first Friday when I get back, what I'm going to try to do is the 24-hour MS Paint stream. I'm gonna see if I can figure that out. And then afterwards, we're gonna do the emotes. And then after the emotes are done, we're going to do finish up the goat animation. So that's gonna be the order of things. "24-hour MS Paint." 100 bits right now says you do it purely with the mouse. I don't want to do it purely with the mouse because my setup is not made so that I can draw with my right hand easily. I would have to not do it on my drawing tablet, which would be kind of a pain for trying to look at chat and doing everything that I like. It's just like I'd have to rework my setup. I don't want to do it just with the mouse. 12-hour mouse, 12-hour tablet. No, I'll do a little bit with the mouse at the beginning, right? I'll do a little bit with the mouse at the beginning, but not a ton. Might do it at some other time, but not for 24 hours. I think I would just, it would not feel comfortable. That's the main thing. Mouse catch 200 bits final answer. I can't. It'd just be far too. It would be far too uncomfortable. Like I feel like I would literally not be able to draw with it, right? Not because like I couldn't get the forms and stuff in place, but for that amount of time having my hand in that space doing those motions. Because okay, I'm gonna send a picture to the group chat, right? This is how much room I have for my mouse. You'll notice there's no fucking room. You know that thing I talked about where you draw from your shoulder? Literally can't even draw from my wrist from this angle. So that is the main problem. I could seriously injure myself doing that. I'm already injuring myself slightly doing it the correct way. I'm just doing too much. What's the fish coin? There's a fish coin? What fish coin? Oh, that's a, what's it called? That's where I put my soda sometimes. It's let's have the one ring on. Oh yeah, it's a good one. I have another ring on my other hand, but the fish coin is a coaster for drinks so that I don't damage my desk. It's the only place to put it. You can't put it on your pinky because I got a big, too big. The index is also too big for the index finger. If you put it on your ring finger, people think you're married. Even if it's on my middle finger, people still think I'm married. Doesn't matter. No, I'm right-handed. That was just mostly to show the size comparison of like, my hand takes up all of the space. Why would you unsub for left-handed? I did a stream where I was drawing left-handed too because I had to relax my shoulder because it was showing a lot of the same pains that it's showing now. There's some sort of like cult belief that people that are left-handed are just gifted by God to be better artists or something. And so the fact that I am left-handed would prove that everything I'm telling you is not true about how you can self-improve. I'm left-handed, but use the mouse with my right hand. Interesting. That's so bunk. It is incredibly bunk. Friendship ended with tea. Wop wop. You gotta be really careful with those kinds of stereotypes because it might all just be well and good, but it can lead to a lot of people having like zero confidence in their skill. They're like, oh, yeah, I draw, but I'm left-handed, so I don't really like, I didn't really work very much for it. And it's like, they're putting in a lot of work. So they feel guilty. You just gotta be careful with all things like that. Of course, you can also have the opposite, right? I mean, there's a million people who are overconfident in their abilities. You're like, I'm left-handed, so I'm just gonna be a better artist than you. And it's like, brother, you can't even draw forms in perspective. I need you to relax. I need you to chill. Womp womp. That's more of a just like, you want to make sure not to take the joke too far sometimes. Some people can be real sensitive to this kind of stuff. I think it's fine. I think it's a funny one. So the idea is that people who are left-handed are more creative than people who are right-handed, and people who are right-handed are better at doing like math and science and shit. I think it stems from the fact that people who are left-handed are a very small portion of the population, and there also tends to be an overlap with people who are ADHD and people who are left-handed. So it just kind of is one of those things. Yes, but the right brain controls the left hand. Tight fight right. Sned. Sned! Let's fucking go. Love fucking Sned. Unironically, I think the best cartoon show, or the best episode for like countering propaganda of like your neighbor is out to get you, is SpongeBob. In that one episode where anybody else remember where they had that fight and they're like they got really buff and they're like getting egged on by Mr. Krabs and Plankton to like fight each other to the death. And they rip off their pants, each other's pants, and it's like, "Ah, you're wearing pink," and "Ah, you're wearing yellow." And then they were like, the little guy named Sned. This guy is Sned. Sure. He is named Sned. Oh, I just realized because I wrote this on the backwards one, it's gonna be backwards, isn't it? Yeah. I forgot to use visible down there. That's crazy. That to Artfight as a joke, I'm begging you. Somebody else can add it. If you want to add it, you can add it. I will not stand in the way of you adding things. That's not how it works. I'm already like so far behind on so many things, and you want me to add Sned. Isn't that how adopts work? I think so. Sorry, but if the prompt was ugly character you feel. No, the prompt was not ugly character. The prompt was the things that are primarily like cute are rounder, bigger eyes, and like big head to body ratio, right? And so I was like, you can also make things really creepy looking, like, or off-putting, like Sned. So Sned is kind of off-putting to some people, for sure. Well, you can also ignore all of the rules, like I said. And you can draw something that's also very cute, but also is small eyes, small head to body ratio. And then something that is spiky and angry, it can also look cute as long as you simplify a lot of the features. So abstraction of features tends to make something cuter. Hey, the last one was a Labubu. Alright. I don't think I've heard an Undertale one in a long time. That's cool. 5 hours to owie. Yeah, no, you missed it. Basically, as soon as you got off the other day, there was an owie. Owie bounces off of Kit like water on a duck's back. It's like, oh, finally Kit's gone? Let's go. Owie. Owie time. Oh boy. Almost done with these front ones though. Sprung, you know how animal ears have white fluff in them. If my character has white hair, what color should I use for the fluff? I think you should still use white. If you're using lines, I think you should increase the thickness between the two white stuff. If you are painting it and you want it to look different from white, might I recommend for the main fur color you use something that is off-white. You're not using a fox or a cat or whatever as like a reference. You can kind of make it up because it's kind of a reference to how there are whiskers or stuff for a lot of like the interior fluff, and it prevents dirt and stuff from coming in, and it tends to be white on a lot of animals. I sound like I need to go to the bathroom, honestly. In 30 minutes, I'm gonna have to stop regardless. I'm gonna have to walk Maho so that he'll actually poop, so he stops freaking out. I don't think that's why he was freaking out, but I'm sure it doesn't help. Oh, right. Black Tea, you missed it. At the beginning, we were talking a lot about, what's it called? We were talking a lot about, Collective Shout and a whole bunch of, like, the puritanical movements. They're trying to, like, censor the internet and stuff like that. And, what's it called? We were also talking about the jeans. Have you seen the jeans commercial? The American jeans commercial? I was just having a good laugh about it because it's like, no. 10 years ago, that absolutely no one gives a shit about this, right? Now it's 100% you're doing this on purpose because you want to show that you're in support of the growing people in this nation. The growing movement in this nation. Why didn't they run this ad in 2008? Oh, is it because no one would have given a shit about it? Because it's a repeat of an older, like, 19 whatever ad. It's like, oh, you're telling me that during another period in American history where there was a huge white power movement, they also played the same ad? Interesting. Huh. That is not like, I'm not calling anyone a dog whistler or anything. I'm just saying there's some really fun historical Easter eggs in this commercial. Hooray! Everyone loves historical Easter eggs. I'm not talking about dog whistles or anything. He looks like they got cotton candy ass fucking Easter eggs. Is insane work. I like my jeans are blue is a fucking eugenics throwback that I never expected to hear. It's like just an unfortunate like double entendre. 100% sure no one knew that. But still, it's really fucking funny. I'm gonna start doing that too. I think that would be a fun series. I don't know if I would be the person to do it. Oh, it's one of those things where it's such a double entendre that no one matters, right? But what if I started a series, right, where I took stuff like this that people are claiming to be dog whistles or whatever, or the stuff that is dog whistles and stuff like that, right? If I took those things and be like, hey, here's a fun historical Easter egg. Did you know that in 2008, during the Gamergate movement, people used the colors green and purple to signify to the 4chan Reddit boards they were on that they were talking about anal grape. Because it was a reference to Piccolo being condensed down into a single purple and green pill, and then they founded a organization to stop all the wokeness, and the color of the anime girl they used were purple and green. Fun historical Easter egg. Let's go. I think it was 2008. 2008 was Gamergate, right? That sounds about right. If you want to learn more about that, which I don't know if anyone really would, you can just look up What is the 4chan Daily Pill? It's just a fun historical Easter egg, you guys. I'm not accusing anyone of doing anything. I'm just a historical person. I like to know history. (2014, 2015). All right, sorry, I got my dates wrong. If this was an official video, like long form content, it would be a short, right? I would do these as shorts. That would be fun. Because people would be like, I can't believe you're trying to accuse me. It's like, accuse? No, I would never. That would be slander. I'm not doing that. I'm just pointing out fun historical Easter eggs, right? I'm not sure if you're aware of that. I'm just saying these things happened. Would you like to deny that these things happened? You said 4chan, and it reminded me of the 4chan Vaporeon copy pasta. Keys me up instead of saying, I'll learn more about that, right? Football way too defensive. You feel others got hurt. Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's the plausible deniability, right? It's the shunting of responsibility to something else. That's what a dog whistle does, right? Well, okay, so Black Tea, you need to understand, Vaporeon, did you know that Vaporeon is in the humanoid egg group? This is the group that contains the most humanoid Pokemon, right? Which means that compatibility-wise, humans and Vaporeon share the same level of compatibility, or at least the closest possible compatibility. Fun fact as well, did you know that Vaporeon's internal body temperature... What am I even saying to you? The copy pasta is basically just someone justifying why they'd like to sleep with a Vaporeon. Or why, quote-unquote, Vaporeon is the most reasonable choice. Capital no. Another reply to the original was like, forget the female, I want the slippery water cock. What? Goodness gracious. Oh, the internet. Can't live with it. That's it. Can't live with it. That's why our friends at Collective Shout and Gsorn are here to make sure the internet disappears forever. This video, sponsored by Gsorn, wants you to know that they're trying to make the internet as sterile of a place as possible so that you can go on the internet and only be subjected to advertisements that they approve of. Support Gsorn today. A worse tomorrow. Clip that. Wait, clip what? Me doing an ad read for Gsorn, the people who are trying to take away all of your freedom and rights on the internet? Ah, Milo the cat followed? Oh, hey, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. The nose might be the favorite part, that or the eyes. I'm tinkering with the nose a little bit. I think it's good for now. The eyes, this one needs to be sharpened up a teensy bit. There's something up with the eyes. still think the eyes are too big. Oops. It should be as big as this one or bigger. I like the one on the right. I don't like the one on the left as much. That's why I'm tinkering. Eyes, that character got those pain Naruto piercings. Only have one pain from Naruto piercing? What? Do you have like ear piercings like that? Big solid cylinder in your ear? I still feel like this eye is too big. Just like twice the size of this eye. Bridge piercing, really? Wow. Sound good. Why not flip canvas? Oh, I flipped the canvas a couple times. Just blind. I need an eye color for my drawing. I say green. Green is my favorite eye color. Because green is my favorite color. I'm touching up on fine details that don't actually matter here. But Sprung, why are you doing that? Well, shut up. I didn't say you could talk to me. Okay, cool. Let's do this section down here because I want to add the cross first. That's gonna be hard to see. Heterochromia like Mahal. Yeah, one green, one purple. Too late, I was faster. Ah, chats. I'm just seeing that now. Alright, then we can use this to adjust on whether or not it is too big or too small. I think this needs to be longer. This also needs to come down at a right angle. Yes, this needs to be significantly longer. Actually, I kind of like this one more. Plus, making things shorter is easier. Mahal is currently under my desk right now taking a nap. He's been having some trembles and stuff all day, so he's been very upset. Can you understand why I voted for the fish cam? We can put the fish cam up. Hold on. Where is my fish cam settings? What the hell? I didn't say my settings. I turn it off now. Let me see the preview on this. Nope, it won't. Okay, so my only way to preview is to do this. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Alright, where did my other chat part go? There it is, it's down there. Fish Cam will never replace Mahal, but I will accept it. It's sad that Mr. Elizabeth isn't here. Yeah, it just didn't unfortunately make it. It was a tragedy, for sure. Makes me very sad. Resting my eyelids. Oh no, they're gone. They're gone. Kit's not longer with us. They've moved on to the next realm. great news. I was playing MetaZoo earlier today, right, with my friends, and I got it in 4, so that was cool. MetaZoo is like Wordle, but you're playing, what's it called? We can play some MetaZoo real quick, although it will be the same one. So, I suck at the plant one, but I'm pretty decent at the animal one. Where is it? There's a reference. Okay, so the way MetaZoo works is we have to guess. Do your drawing so I can distract it. I've already done this one for today. There should be a way to practice, right? Anyway, we'll just do it. Okay, so we have to guess what animal, and so we have to do like guess a species. I always guess tapir first and say, okay, cool. We know that whatever animal, the closest relation we have to them is the osteichthes. So the last common ancestor they had was a bony fish. Okay, so now that we know that our last like common descendant is bony fish, that means like all of mammals and stuff are going to be in this section with the tapir. So we want the farthest relative that is also inside of the osteichthes. So we could put something like, I don't know, a manta ray or something. Manta ray. And so now we know that, okay, so the manta ray is actually less related than the tapir. So we need something that's like a fish. So what can someone pick a fish? What's a good fish? Tuna, exactly. You guys did it right. Tuna is an excellent fish to pick. Like, okay, cool. Okay, so it's not as related. So the closest member is bony fish that 240 million years ago, Lutetiostes. So we're getting closer, but it's probably not. They're showing us a picture of something that looks like a rainbow trout or something. Koi fish, sure. The illusion of choice. So carp, we can pick carp kois, right? So it looks like the carp or the koi is it's actually less related to the animal that we're looking for than the tuna. So we can pick like another like saltwater fish, right? Dora the Explorer. So the closest we can get, let's see, another saltwater fish. Maybe we can do like a salmon since I'm hungry. We could do salmon. Salmon. Cool. Okay, cool. Wow. Okay, so that's actually really close. So salmoninae. So now it's going to get a little more specific. Tilapia. I think tilapia is not as related to salmon as whatever it is, but we can look it up. Let's look at tilapia. So tilapia isn't actually one of the fish. Is it tilapia? No. So there's like a limited, because if you had to guess through every species on Earth, you would not get it in 20 guesses, right? So, but this one also gives us a couple of choices, right? We can do salmon, trout, char, graylings, and freshwater whitefish. So what we're looking for are like, these are all pretty similar selected things. So we could do something like char, I guess. See if they have char. No, Char is not in the database. Greylings? Greylings are not in the database. Are Lennox in the database? Nope, Lennox are not. Hymens? Okay, so none of these. Trout? So Trout is. It's very funny that Trash Panda is there. You guys want to try Cod? Let's try Cod. So Cod is. Cod is over here. Cod is more related to tuna than it is to salmon and whatever we're looking for. Let's try Trout, because Trout is on this list here, and it does come up. Oops. And yeah, okay. So it looks like the answer is the rainbow trout. Species of trout native to the cold water. Okay, cool. We can also do practice, right? So it's going to give us a random animal. I like to do tapir, because I think tapir is pretty far. It's an ungulata. It is a three-toed ungulate, so if it's in like this rhino species and stuff, we'll be able to guess it pretty quick. That'll be like horses, rhinos, tapir, stuff like that. But it'll also let us know. Okay, so Laurasia. Cool. So this is going to be our even toads and like others. The farthest from a tapir, I believe, is in the ungulata. So ungulatas comes from the group of carnivorans, which is the they're most closely related to the caniformes. So let's try something feliformes. Let's do like a tiger. Okay, so we are in the feliformes. I think this is where the binturong is as well. So we can try. I don't know if it is going to be the same as before, but the most excellently related feliform is the civet. Let's see if that works. No, it didn't work. So we're looking for something that's between the civet and the tiger. So we could do something that's not in Panthera. Something that's not in Panthera would be like, I believe, the snow leopards? I can't remember if snow leopards are in Panthera or not. I know leopards are. Cheetah. I think the cheetah is also in Panthera, so it's not. Yeah. So maybe like a hyena. Let's try that. Hyena? And the answer was spotted hyena. That's how you play this game, so it's a lot of fun. In my opinion. How many guesses did it take me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guesses. So 5 guesses, we guessed it. If you are familiar with the genus, you can usually get it under 7. If you're not familiar, you can get it between like 7 and 14, right? Sometimes tips help. Cool. Alright, anyway, that is that. We'll go back to the other thing now. Actually, it is 5, so I think that's actually where we are going to end it for today. Because it is 5. To take out the water gun? It's just a little bit of fun the last 15 minutes of stream. We will probably do drawing tomorrow because I don't know what I would play for a game. So there's that. Fun is prohibited. Bathroom finally back to art. Okay, we'll do Hades tomorrow, I guess. We'll start with some Hades. The funny thing about that, Turtle, is that we're probably ending for today just because what was I gonna say? I need to walk Maho? And I need to make sure that everything is in order. I'm gonna finish up the decal on the cross because I want it to look good at least. And I'll probably finish this later tonight, and I'll send a snapshot of it when I finish, and then I'll do the animation stuff. And they have the big diamond in the center. So we can do that by putting a center mark more or less all the places and then just connecting a straight line. That doesn't look right. In the center between the 2 points. You made it past 12 p.m. Went to be at 3, bed at 3, woke up at 9, something like 7 hours. No, that's 6 hours. That's math. Why does this look real funky? I must have messed up something in the perspective. Right. Instead, I do have to finish up the hair at the very least, and then do a bunch of other stuff. I don't know if I'll do the twists for all of it. We're mostly done with it. I'll probably just do like the simple ones for the back. Let's just finish that up now. It's 8 hours, trust me. Black holes emit lights. No, black holes do not emit light, but they are often surrounded by an accretion disk, which does release light from the heat of items being smushed together. The larger the black holes get, the more pressure they emit through the accretion disks. The longer items take to get in, which allows light to expel itself from the situation much faster. Okay. I'm gonna go find tutorials on how to light a subject with light source behind them. It is not necessarily that. How do I explain that? I would not use that. I would just get reference images of a black hole, right? That's what I would do. Anyway, that being said, it is time for me to go. So, hope you all had a wonderful stream. I will see you all tomorrow. We'll play some Hades, and then next week I'll be in Seattle. So, thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I saw the one you posted. That one looked pretty good already.